that, it's the United States coming up against the West Indies under 19 for their second match of a 5-match series. Yesterday, the West Indies with an opening win. Did suffer a bit heading towards the win, but the USA, all they could have scored was 65 runs, and the West Indies getting past that, having lost, I think, about 4 or 5 wickets. Today, they were hoping for a better showing, so taking into view with local coach and for Anlakan was done a lot for the development.
With one of the top coaches in women's team, that would be Anlakan, and Anu was done with a number of the young ladies playing here. And the funny thing is, with that, you would have done good with some of your sisters as well. Anila, your assessment of this series?
Well, based on what we witnessed yesterday, it's very difficult to do a proper assessment because I felt, in my opinion, that the pitch having been covered for a couple of weeks, we've had the rain for the last week or so. Today, I believe we're going to get a better assessment, and I'm looking forward to better performances all around the group. I think we're all set and ready. It's tailor-made here now at this step. A great spectacle.
Well, I can tell you, I'm a good citizen. The first time I saw her, she was just Chinese cricket, and it was at this switching camp along in San Francisco, 2003, and such is that this man has been involved in the League cricket, especially once again, a future good spark as well. And I want to know the US people about.
Okay, so this young lady, she's just 14 in age, man. When I went to this camp and jersey just a couple of months ago, I was really impressed with her maturity at such a tender age. She just seems to lose all this confidence and at this tender age. And for her to be selected on this USA team, it shows that partly of investment cricket, they are investing in talent, they are investing in the future of cricket USA, and very heartwarming as well to make a special mention to the likes of coaches like Chelsea Douglas, who I have a very good relationship back in England. Great opportunity for all these young ladies.
Well, you heard it there from Anlakan, the man himself. Let's get inside.
Anlakan is giving his thoughts, and there's a lot of roots here and also even the United States, as he would have alluded to in that. And across for the toss now, is match number 2, as I said. Let's go to the start.
Morning and welcome to the Unique Spec. Game number 2 of the USA, the under 19 women's class. The West Indies leading the 5-match series 1-0 because of a wonderful performance by the local team yesterday, led by of course the captain Samara Ramlan, who's here at the top, and the opposite number Jinka Reddy, also here, and she'll be ref for the toss.
Yeah, what's the call? make mention as well. One of our umpires, Vicky Daniel, she's making her international debut to her. It's her first international game, and of course, I don't know if it's by mistake or what it is, but today is her birthday as well. So to you, Vicky Daniel, many congratulations on your first international game, and we would also like to extend birthday greetings to you as well, Vicky Daniel. So may you have a wonderful day and many more birthdays in the future.
I want to add to that as well. Wonderful, wonderful achievement for Vicky Daniel. She has been on the domestic circuit here doing a lot of good work, and it's good to see she is now being rewarded with that international call-up. It seems as if Captain Samara Ramnath will be opening the bowling. She got 3 wickets yesterday, Anil. This track turned square. You expect it to play any differently this time?
Yeah, having looked at the surface not long ago, Vinod, I'm expecting it to be a more even contest today between bat and ball. I don't think it's going to be as easy as it was yesterday, but we'll just have to wait and see, because she has changed ends this morning, having started from the pavilion end. So just about ready here at U-Spec. It's going to be skipper Samara Ramnath. And this one is muscled down to the backward square. Some excellent feeling. But just at the last moment, taking our eyes off the ball, and USA is up and running. They are 2 without loss. So this ball pitched just about a leg stump, angling down the leg side, and it was played away beautifully. And really excellent delivery from skipper Samara Ramnath, beating the batter all ends up, and it goes into the mitt of the wicketkeeper. So early in the piece here, Vinod, no evidence at all of any kind of spin on offer. And this one is played off the back foot. Some excellent work at backward point. Just no run.
It's Ramnath again, and this is pushed away on the offside, down to point. There is no run.
A bit fuller from Samara Ramnath. Not the length that you would expect the batter to be using their back foot, to be going on their back foot. It's Captain Chetner who is doing the batting. And this one, the arm ball just arcing back into the batter. Chetner was equal to the task. She plays it stylishly out to extra cover, and there's no run. And again, some generous flight from skipper Samara Ramnath. But at the end of over number 1, the score, 2 without loss. The West Indies winning the toss here at U-Spec and asking Cricket America on the U-19 team to have first strike.
She doesn't appear to be one of those players, Anil, who will give you nightmares in terms of bringing harm to you. But she swings the ball, and what she will want to do as umpire Vicky makes her first signal of wide in international cricket.
Yeah, so many congratulations to Vicky on her first international game. I'm sure we'll both agree that there will be some butterflies in the early exchanges, but she does have that ability to settle very quickly.
Driving through the offside.
So excellent start from this young lady, Zakia Harilal, a late starter in this year's Rising Star on the 19 tournament for Trinidad and Tobago. But what a revelation she has been, having been included in the playing 11. You know, she has shown, you know, to be
again too short this time, and whipped away down behind square. They're going to go back for 2.
so short and really asking to be hit away, angling into the leg stump. And that's played away for two runs. A nice flowing off drive. This is heading towards the boundary, and what a gorgeous cricket shot indeed. Glorious indeed. She just leant on that delivery from Zakia Harilal, and once it had gone past extra cover, it was only heading one way and into the boundary. So excellent start from Cricket USA in this second encounter against the CWI under-19 ladies.
A beautiful transfer of weight there, Anil. Just coming forward and transferring the weight nicely, and pushing it through the covers, and more importantly through the gap. Wonderful shot indeed.
And some more runs on offer. Lovely flowing on drive. It's going to get very close into the boundary, but excellent work from Njani Kamabach there, restricting the scoring to 2. So it's early in the piece, Vinod, but yeah, we are seeing that this pitch this morning, you know, is playing a lot better in terms of the consistency with bonks.
Yeah, you can see that, you know, the cross rolling yesterday would have helped. A wonderful effort by Kamabach. She gives it her all there, as you can see from that effort. This time she's going again. Past Kamabach. She can't help that. Into the boundary for 4. Well, aggression shown here.
A lot of intent from this young batter here. This one is pitched up, and this is taken over mid-on for a boundary. So the USA is showing a lot of intent.
15 already in over number 2.
Yeah, the score yesterday, 15, was in the 10th over.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful effort. Better batting conditions, the girls. Also, what I noticed, and you know, you must tip your hat to USA, the setup for this. What I noticed yesterday is that they knew that they were struggling with the bat. Immediately after losing that game, they were back out in the middle, and they're taking in a training session.
Yeah, and that was very impressive indeed, and it just shows the commitment of the coach and staff. There's no time whatsoever. You've got to hit the ground running. Lovely flowing drive there from Chetna. It goes out to cover where Amrita Ramtahal does the fielding. So again, a lot of intent from this USA team today in the second encounter. And some exaggerated spin there from the skipper. That one pitching just about middle and going across Chetna. Very interesting indeed. A lot of revs on that delivery from the West Indies skipper. She's made a slight adjustment. Lovely delivery, nicely floated just about a middle and leg, and teasing the batter to get to go for that booming drive. But Chetna just allowed it to come under her eyes, and she played it out to backward point where there is absolutely no run. And this is the delivery, Vinod, that we were talking about. That faster delivery, that arm ball that arcs back into the left-hander and away from the right-hander. So the skipper here mixing it up really well, you know, showing a full repertoire of deliveries. And again, this exaggerated turn. That ball pitched just about middle and leg and going across the left-hander of skipper Chetna. But she's been very watchful indeed, but looking for every scoring opportunity.
Whipped away nicely down behind square. So they've started in a very positive fashion this morning, haven't they?
I must admit, that, you know, playing across the line with the ball spinning might be just a bit of a challenge, but Chetna was very close to that delivery and she was able to use her wrist and work it into acreage of space on the leg side. At this stage, the UWI spectrum is still a bit on the heavy side, but it has improved tremendously from what we witnessed yesterday.
Yeah, it has. The weather has been fine since yesterday evening, but there is a possibility of some bad weather coming along today. Let's hope that it stays away, because you know, you want to see cricket, and these girls here, I'm sure that they're really looking forward to making a name for themselves.
And there's a bowling change from the pavilion. Tiana Herbert Myers, the vice captain of this West Indies team, being immediately introduced by skipper Samara Ramnath. So it seems that we're going to be going. So the score 16 without loss. Chetna, the skipper, on 3. Nikar is doing some good work on 16. A lovely flowing drive. This is heading out to the cover boundary. It's going to get into the boundary now. So Chetna getting into the thick of things here, Vinod. Lovely flowing cover drive.
Yeah, look at that. On top of it, and just guiding it through the gap and into the boundary for 4.
So an excellent start from Cricket USA in this second encounter, showing absolutely no jitters from yesterday's game. But what a beautiful comeback there from Herbert Myers there.
Yeah,
touching on.
Let's held that one back a bit there, Anil. She allowed it yesterday. You were calling for the spinners to just loop it and let the wind do what it has to do. And that is exactly what she did there. In the cap
And this
again.
one is played through extra cover. It's heading towards the boundary, but some excellent work indeed, restricting the scoring to a breeze. So great intent from skipper Chetna.
Well, I spoke to earlier on the toss. You were telling me that 150 is on the cards on this track. It seems to be a much better track, and batting seems to be a lot easier than yesterday.
As you alluded to earlier, Vinod, you know, that cross rolling would have done wonders to the pitch. Chetna goes onto the back foot and plays a stylish back foot cover drive out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. So at the end of over number 4, no, we're still into over number 4, my apology.
Yep, still 2 deliveries to go, Anil.
I seem to be in a hurry today, Bill.
Just as the USA opening batters in Doshi and Pagi Diala. Doshi is on the 12, Pag Diala is on 10. 12 of 6, Doshi. She has been in a hurry, hasn't she? Yeah, she is forcing through the offside. Finds cover.
So pulling down her length there was Herbert Myers, but not being punished. Nice backward, stylish backward drive into cover area.
This time she's going again over the infield. It's going to go into the boundary now, and that's 4.
So excellent from Joshi, taking advantage of in the power play. Lofted on drive there, and it goes into the boundary. So the USA women, they've definitely did their homework, Vinod, yesterday. replanning, recalibrating how they're going to approach today's game.
Yeah, they've done that really, really well.
So at this stage, Samara Ramna, she's got a lot to think about. The run rate is just hovering around that 7-run mark, something that she hadn't gotten to. Nowhere this USA team will have gotten to close yesterday, but a change from the UE spec end is going to be Amrita Ramtahal, right arm seamer, plays for the Hibiscus women's team, girls team. Has been an integral part of this West Indies team, going to the World Cup in Malaysia and helping her team in this year's Rising Star tournament to a third place finish, beating Jamaica for third place. And this one is driven down to mid-off, a single on offer. So Chetna getting in gear here now at U-Spec, having gotten herself acclimatized. It does bring Nika Doshi on strike. She's been a revelation today. She's showing, how destructive she can be. It's early in the piece, but the level of intent from Cricket USA has been tremendous. It has really taken the sting in the early exchanges in this second contest. And a lovely flowing cover drive there, but some great footballing skills there from Brianna Plummer at extra cover, and they are unable to rotate. But a lovely flowing drive there from Joshi. And this one peels away, a booming drive just outside the line of the off stump. Amrita Ramtahal just getting a little shape from the right-handers there. And Doshi going for that booming drive. It peeled off the edge and it goes down to third man. So another run to the total. Score goes on to 29. Amrita Ramtahal having excellent figures yesterday, getting 2 early wickets for the West Indies.
Yes, she is. She needs that now, driving through the offside. No run.
But it's important for this West Indies team, to immediately recalibrate, knowing fully well that they're not going to blast people out on the surface. It's going to be a surface where you got to work, you got to have your plans in place, and you got to be patient as well.
Worked away through the onside again. Lovely stop there. An attempt at throwing down the stumps as well there, Anil.
Yeah, so Plummer doing some excellent work there.
Lovely. Good commitment. It's not a bad delivery by Harilal. Probably just a tad bit wide. Wants to come a bit closer there.
So lovely back foot flowing drive. It goes out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Just a single and offer some wonderful feeling out on the cover boundary there, restricting the scoring to just a single. So 30 without loss. Doshi is doing the heavy lifting at this stage, but skipper Chetna, she looks very menacing indeed.
We take a short break. We'll be right back. So 1 over again to go for the power play. So 1 over again to go for the power play.
It's going to be Herbert Myers from the US back end, right arm off spinner. Oh my goodness! What
a good delivery there, Anil. We must see that again.
I think what defeated Chetna there is that delivery pitched and just held it line. She was playing she's playing for possibly that ball just moving away a bit, but that ball just kept going on with the arm.
I think she has yesterday still in her mind. Oh, attempted to run out. But on that occasion there, Tiani was in the wrong position. She should have been behind the stumps.
So Abigail Price doing some excellent fielding there, rifling a return down at the non-striker's end. It would have been very interesting indeed if had a direct hit came into play. So Amrita Ramtahal, some subtle adjustments now. Deep mid-wicket out, long on is out as well.
Down the leg side, looking for a single, and they get it. Wide signal by the birthday girl herself, Vicky Daniel.
Yeah, Vicky Daniel just seems to be, warming to the task out in the middle there, making her international debut here as an umpire, having done a lot of good work on this domestic circuit, Vinod.
Yes, she has. This one pops. There's the slowness of the pitch showing up there. What I've understood so far this morning, Anil, is once you take pace off, the slower you bowl on this track, the more difficult it is to get the ball away.
Yeah, what we are also seeing is that the batters have been able to hit through the line of the ball, which is a very encouraging sight.
Another wide signal there by umpire Daniel.
So Mayer's just guilty of overcompensating there. You don't want to be giving away extras in a T20 game at no stage. Chetna on the back foot there, just allowed it to come to her and playing a sumptuous back foot cover drive out to the sweeper on the cover boundary and just rotation of the strike. So not the kind of returns yet for Mayers, who had a wonderful bowling spell at the crease yesterday. Today is going to be a bit more challenging for the bowlers, Vinod.
Oh, short. An appeal, not out, says the umpire.
But how did that miss the leg stump? God alone knows. It pitched, it kept the tad glow, and it was also spinning, but doing a bit too much was Mayers, and it goes past the leg stump.
Yeah, that was a shot there. Back live.
And some wonderful work there from Zakia Harilal. But we're seeing, Vinod, whereas yesterday these USA batters was not taking on that slug sweep because of the amount of purchase that the bowlers were getting. But today the surface is a lot more true. They could trust the bonks, and now we're seeing that they have that ability now. They're showing that intent to express themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely doing that. I want to say good morning to the very hard-working Brandon Ramdian. Today he's serving doubles. So he has gotten a bit of a break from all his duties, and
I'm hoping, Vinod, that he went all the way to Derby from the Blue Shed to get that doubles.
He says that he struggles to buy doubles north of the Caroni River.
Yeah, something about the lack of quality.
And he's brought for a good friend from the USA. He's Indian origin, so he's given him what is called chore bature. I think he would enjoy that.
Oh, excellent delivery there from Amrita Ramtahal. It's a stock delivery of, that ball just pitches on off stump and comes back in late. So Amrita Ramtahal having a decent run. I had a brief chat with her this morning. And this one is just falling in no man's land. Doshi looking for that lofted drive over extra cover. It bisected both a backward point and extra cover and landed in no man's land. But take nothing away from Cricket USA. They're showing a lot of intent. The score moves up by one. It's 37 in over number 7.
This one keeps a bit low, but she still gets it away down to deep mid wicket.
Yeah, going into the pitch there was Amrita Ramtahal. The skipper Chetna just pivots and plays a sumptuous pull shot down to deep mid wicket. There's a single on offer.
Back pulling, short delivery, and that'll find its way very close to the boundary.
But some excellent work there, some nimble feet on the boundary there. That was heading all the way to the boundary, but some sumptuous feeling there, restricting the scoring to just a brace. So Amrita Ramtahal, if anything, Vinod, she has been on both sides of the pitch, a bit full, a bit short, but both these batters are very adept at playing the drive or the pull shot.
Well, you look at that, she was quickly back and across in the approved manner. This time she's going over the infield, and that'll go into the boundary for 4 at long on. You look at that there, Anil, and you will see that the previous shot where she played for 4, she was back and across to the short delivery, and this time pitched up. Again, you can see Ramtahal trying to overcompensate. For the short delivery, the previous one over pitching, she just took her hands through the shot and down the ground.
And that just shows the nature of the pitch today, that you could trust to hit through the line of the delivery. And most of these players, I must admit, do a lot of indoor training where the bounce is through.
Now with all the lovely facilities in America, the girls can play more often than on turf. More often than not on turf. But you have to remember, Anil, prior to this, they would have played a lot of cricket on AstroTurf with the ball coming onto the bat. So anywhere these girls go to play cricket and there is
a resemblance
conditions that resembles it, they're going to prosper.
Of course, and they will also trust their instinct as well, because it's bread and butter for them in terms of the surface that they are accustomed playing.
Well, it's bread and butter for them, but doubles for Brandon Ramdial.
Yeah, he's having a sumptuous doubles. I'm not too sure if he's enjoying it, but
He tells me it depends on the degree of the distance to south. That is how he enjoys it. So he might give Chaguanas 5 out of 10, San Fernando 6 out of 10, but when he reaches Davie,
it's going to be a 10, Vinod.
10 out of 10.
It's going to be a 10.
He tells me Coquier as well.
Well, these guys do move around a lot, so I'm sure they're always sampling every doubles vendor.
Yep, there you can see a number of the USA flags there on the ground, just in front the manual scoreboard.
I'd like to say a shout out to the MSCL League, the Under-16 League, run by Ravi Samaru, Priya and company. Excellent job, guys.
Back forcing off the back foot. So a number of Trinidadians have been involved in helping out with the development of USA cricket. You being one, of course. You would have done some work here. You would have gone across. You had mentioned some of the coaches there this morning as well. This is short, too short. I think the West Indies girls have been a bit too erratic in their bowling this morning. The only one that has been really sharp and on point continues to be Samara Ramnath. Her 2 overs went for just 3 runs. So if you take that 3 runs off and 2 overs, it means that 43 runs has come. 44 runs have come in 5 overs.
Yeah, that's I must admit is at an alarming rate. You're talking about going at 9 per over.
Down the track, and this is going to clear Harry Charan, and they're going to come back for 2.
So skipper Chetna taking 2 steps down, getting to the pitch of the delivery and playing a really lovely lofted drive over mid-on. Brianna Harry Charan there, backtracking, but not being able to holding that delivery, that catch. Oh, and what delivery. A wonderful comeback delivery there.
Good
from
response.
Kamabach. And this is what we were alluding to, they need to keep changing their angles and change their pace as well.
Shock on the pad, not out, says umpire Daniel, and she's quite right. It seems as if that was pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Let's have a look at it. Umpire Daniel. Solid on debut. So far. Sweeping and sweeping well. This should find its way into the boundary. Bad line there, Anil.
Yeah, very poor line indeed. Outside the leg stump, asking to be hit away. But take nothing away from Chetna. She's been a revelation today, showing a lot of intent. And that shot had a lot of class in it, bisecting that short, a fine leg, and it goes into the boundary. So the 50 comes up for Cricket USA, 52 without loss. And what a revelation it has been from yesterday's encounter.
Refreshing indeed, yeah. And that shot had more class than the adjoining university. At the moment, I never follow the projected score idea. I think it's rubbish. But the projected score at this point is 130.
Well, when I looked at the surface this morning, I said, 150 is a score that I believe, that could be attained on this pitch. Now, with the
you did call it. You did. I admit, I was there. I heard when you said 150 on this track.
But I must admit that with the USA team 52 without loss, in over number 8. If they were to go at 10 in the last 5 overs, Vinod, we could really see a score between that 130, 150 mark. Because they are really setting a platform here now, Vinod, for a launching pad at the back end of the innings. Both these players are taking on the bowlers.
Down the next side, and that's a wide. They take a single as well. So the run's coming here, Anil. I want to really recognize Brandon Ramdial this morning. We have been dealing with him for a couple of seasons. And this season, we have been dealing with him through the Rising Stars and here. And I want to go on record and saying this. It's one of the hardest workers I've seen in and around West Indies cricket.
Well, for all the years I've known Brandon, Vinod, I could attest to that, doing a fantastic job at San Francisco Presbyterian School, really, bringing to light a lot of, local talent in that area, basically taking it upon himself, building a concrete strip at the school, the back of the school,
well,
and allowing...
If I remember clearly, in my days at the Guardian newspaper, I remember reporting that he had won some award, or some competition, some award he had won, the Scotiabank Kiddie Cricket for 5 years running.
Yeah, so that just tells you, he's a true statesman of the game.
Ever so often, and it's the same with you. You come across these individuals who just love the game, and they will do whatever it is, whatever it takes to do their part for the development of the game. You're one of them. I always say that. Ramdial is another. So it's good. Well, I keep saying Ramdial. I hope I didn't write that in the newspaper, but it's Brandon Ramlal. Let me correct that this morning. Brandon Ramlal, of course. And when you have people like these around the cricket, it makes life so much easier. At this point in time, it's getting a bit cloudy. I'm tempted to ask Ramlal if he can stop the rain.
Yeah, the weather just seems to be coming into the facility, but it's still very playable at this stage. One would hope with this contest evenly poised at this stage, we do not want to have a rain interruption of any nature.
Short, pulled away. So Brianna Harry-Charan from the northern end there. Anil, the
Ebony Brathwaite, doing some good work there at Deep Backward Square. Brianna Harry-Charan has been around. She's been with the West Indies team to Malaysia and won would be hoping, to see, the Brianna Haricharan that we've grown accustomed to. In recent times, she has not really shown that production that, the powers that be would be looking forward to. But take nothing away, this young lady has huge ambitions as a cricketer.
Let me ask you as a coach, what she needs to do. This is pulled away down to deep backward square. What at this point, I'm getting from you that she's not developing as she should, which means her growth has been stunted a bit. Put on your coach's hat now. In a situation, what would be your advice?
My advice would be to her is to keep things as simple as possible. Now, as a player, you need to be repeatable, and you got to be practicing the basics of the game, on a consistent level. You can't do two hours of practice 2 days a week and expect your cricket to elevate to that extent. It needs to be at your practice. There needs to be purpose.
And just to cut you there, and look at that. It's ominous.
It does look very ominous indeed. So, and then it all depends on the coach that's working with you, right? As an individual, we talk about high performance, but yet still coaches are still not walking around with a camera to do a video.
Well, there are a lot of analysts around. Just sitting to our left is a top man from the United States, an analyst, and I think his name is Masala. That's the man. So you find these analysts all over the place, but are we taking the information, our coaches taking the information and assimilating it well and analyzing it well so that they can make a change, an effective change?
Well, I think that comes with that will come, Vinod, with having a team of people that's looking after your growth. It's not just about one individual. You need to have a team, an analyst on board, possibly a batting coach, doing specific work, right? And more so now, looking at replays from games that you had played before. Look at the modes of dismissals, how you're getting out, and try and address those things in a very positive way. Yes, you might be disappointed sometimes with the manner in the mode of dismissal.
Well, as you're speaking there, Anil, the ground staff is getting ready, and that's never a good sign in cricket. Driving pleasantly.
Well, I must admit, Chetna, that's a pleasant sight indeed. Nice, lovely flowing extra cover drive.
Well, the ground staff seems
and
to...
Zakia Harilal doing the work at extra cover.
Yep, the ground staff is getting ready. There's a bit of a misfield there, and Chetna ready gets a single.
Yeah, Zakia Harilal just taking her eyes off the ball at the very last moment, and not being harsh on anyone, Vinod, but that ball was traveling straight to Zakia Harilal. Had she adopted that basic fielding position, she would have been able to defend that ball. So it just goes to show that in the pathway of these players, not enough is being done, at the grassroots level and the basic, ensuring that the basics are covered.
Well, we're hoping that this rain can blow away. The ground staff here, of course, has more knowledge of the facility than we do. Our tent seems as if it wants to fly away. The wind is up. That's a good sign when the wind is up, though. It could blow the clouds away. One is hoping.
But while all these things are happening around us, Vinod, the tent is coming along, Vinod. The back leg has flied out.
Well, the back leg of the tent has gone.
Oh, fuck.
So we're under some problems here with the rain. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So we are back after the rain break. Well, there was a break, but I don't think there was rain. So I thought that the umpires were a bit too cautious there in calling the ground staff out.
Well, I think the take not away from the umpires, they would have been prompted by the resident ground staff. They had possibly seen, that rain was on the horizon.
Well, they are the locals, right? They live here every day.
Yeah.
So the umpires will go with their advice.
It's great to see that the players are back out in the park because that's why we are here. We want to see cricket played. We want to see some entertainment, from both these sides. Very talented indeed. But at the halfway stage, USA have progressed to 62 without loss. And this ball is driven into the extra cover region. Amrita Ramtal not being able to haul it in, but there's only a single on offer. Brianna Haricharan continues in her second over. None for 8. Brianna Haricharan, right-handed batter, right-arm leg spinner. Much is expected from this young lady. She has shown all the promise in the world. She needs to start delivering.
It's about 10 overs still to go. It's still a 20-over encounter despite the short break. They're well within that allotted time that is given as a cushion, Anil.
Yeah, Doshi rocks onto the backward, plays a nice late dab out to backward point. There's no run. So Brianna continues from the UE spec end, bowling to Doshi. Nika Doshi, right arm batter. Nicely flighted delivery. This one is just played into that fine leg region. There's one. They're going to come back quite comfortably indeed for 2 runs. And the skipper Samara Ramnath rocking the sticks here on the striker's end. So a lovely bit of feeling.
At the end of the day there, Anil, it's a bit difficult for the captain. You spoke of Tamara Ramnath and her fielding exploits just now. It's difficult for her. You issue instructions to players and you expect them to follow it, especially players with some level of experience. And I think Hari Charan hasn't really done what the captain has ordered so far.
Yeah, for sure. She hasn't really been up to it, Vinod. But one would expect that, she's just going to get better and better as this bilateral series continues.
Yep. Leg spin is a difficult art. Down the leg side might have touched the pad by Candice Laporte, a solid umpire. Says that's not a wide.
Candice has really, taken off as an umpire, not only from a domestic level, but she has also done tremendous work at regional and now doing
flatter and a lovely bit of fielding down behind square. Prevents further damage.
But I must admit that Amrita Ramtahal put down a sitter there. That ball was traveling straight to her, but she was unable to hold on to that catch. So
it's a bit low though, I must say, Anil.
Yeah, and it was traveling as well. But
let's have a look at it again. There it was. Yeah, it was a bit low.
But at this level, you would expect experienced players in the mode of Amrita Ramtahal. Her team desperately needs a breakthrough.
Gobble that.
Yeah.
She should have gobbled that. Well, 11 gone, Anil.
66 without loss.
That's a run rate of 6.
Yeah, so over number 12 in operation, Njani Kamabach. nicely flighted delivery, but the slug sweep has been very productive for these young ladies from the US. Going down on one knee and playing that slug sweep down to a deep mid-wicket. There's a single on offer. It brings the skipper, Chetna, back on strike. And this is played into the square leg region. It's down to the non-strikers end. But Cumberbatch, one would think that she would try and position herself behind the sticks. Doshi getting a huge chunk of the inside edge of the bat. It goes down to a long on. Single on offer. So the US continues to build a platform. And this one spins away from Chetna. Possibly a very tight call indeed. But umpire not signaling a wide. And just overcompensating was a Cumberbatch umpire signaling a wide. They were able to get a run as well. So two added to the total. Umpire Vicky Daniel in her first international match, making her international debut here at UWI-SPEC. And again, they're able to steal another run. And umpire Vicky Daniel extending those arms at shoulder level, indicating it's another wide. So she will have to reload those deliveries. 2 wides in the over now. Getting a bit in discipline is Cumberbatch.
She had an excellent game yesterday with both bat and ball. Not so lucky today. On this track, your skill level called to test. There's umpire Vicky signaling the leg by.
Yeah, it does really bring. You need to bring your A game, Vinod, because the conditions are ideal.
This time she's going down the track. Could this be the first wicket? Cumberbatch takes it. And that's the end of Doshi. Caught and bowled there by Cumberbatch. And good old Cumberbatch takes the wicket.
Yeah, Cumberbatch, they're just changing the pace of that delivery, beating Doshi. Doshi was through the shot even before the delivery landed on the pitch, and hence spooning a catch where Cumberbatch tracking back and taking a wonderful catch indeed. So the breakthrough has come for the West Indies ladies. It's now 74 for 1, and I must admit, Vinod, I am feeling some raindrops in the backdrop. Hopefully the weather's going to stay away from this contest.
Yeah, it's coming from the southeastern side, which is not normally where it comes from. Normally it comes from the north.
So it's going to be Kampalapani. Kambalapani.
There goes Anil again. Kambalapali.
Kampalapali is making her way out in the middle.
Your good friend Mr. Liam would be happy to hear that you got that right. One of your students. You seem to be very popular with these young cricketers, huh? Anil?
Yeah?
You seem to be popular with these young boys.
It's going to be Brianna. Continue. Lovely flowing drive to extra cover. But some good work there by Zakia Harilal. It was traveling from the skipper, Chetna. Nice flowing extra cover drive there. And this one is hiked into the leg side. It's heading away to the boundary. It does get to the boundary now. And the slug sweep in operation here from skipper Chetna, taking that ball from outside the line of the off stump and depositing it deep into the leg side boundary. And 4 was written all over that from the moment it left the bat.
That was an excellent shot indeed. And she would have enjoyed that.
One must also take into consideration, these slug sweep shots, they are not premeditated. They are played on the length that is given to the batters. So they would trust their instinct to execute.
Down the track, driving. Bit of a fumble.
But
Can't
no damage
benefit.
done.
Nope. The rain continues here.
So the USA team really motoring along here, led by the skipper herself, Chetna, leading the charge here for Cricket USA Women's Under-19 team. The score 79 for 1, and we are into over number 13. Brianna Haricharan is at the bowling crease at the moment. So I'm sure Samara Ramnath, her skipper, will want her to try and affect a mode of dismissal here. This one is played into square leg. Amrita Ramtahal rifles a return down to the non-strikers end, but by that time,
it was a bit of a distance for her.
yeah, just
to
about
get in
25 meters from the bat there, Vinod.
To get in a rapid return. But the USA continues here to fight. Time she's pulling and pulling well. That's into the boundary for 4. 1 bounce. Chetna is on fire here.
Yeah, Chetna getting an early birthday gift from the likes of Brianna Haricharan. All she had to do was make the contact, and she did so handsomely indeed. And just meters away, Vinod, from a maximum. But Chetna here leading the charge, having not done as well as she would have liked yesterday. I must admit she's making all the amends today to ensure that she sets that platform for the USA girls cricket team, to have a launch, sometime later in this innings. So 85 is the total. So Brianna Haricharan coming under some pressure here now. And
another wide.
Umpire Candice Laborde is getting a lot of work
In fact,
now.
it's a no ball. So she has signaled. She has signaled a free hit.
So a bit indiscipline, but I mean these young ladies, they will falter from time to time.
Wide, trying to push it wide to get it out of her range. Signal wide by the umpire, so the free hit is still in effect.
So she will have to reload that delivery. Chetna really looking to go long with this delivery. You could see her base, how she's basing up, just waiting to unleash.
Down the ground. Let's see what happens here. Just 1 bounce, only a single. Not able to really maximize the free hit as she would have liked.
Possibly if she had taken the straighter route over the bowler's head, she may have gotten a bit more production there in terms of runs. But taking that ball from outside the line of the off stump and hitting it down to long on. Lovely delivery, but Kambalapani there working that ball, playing a sumptuous on drive down to long on. Single on offer at the end of over number 13. The USA Under-19 women's team, they are rollicking along at 88 for 1.
Yeah, looking at the conditions there, it's growing extremely threatening here. Cricket is still ongoing, it's still being played, which is good.
And I'm sure the players themselves will welcome this time of the game where it's not too hot, Vinod. Conditions are ideal, it's not too hot. Very cool and calm conditions here at the U-Spec facility.
So
and to my right, on the eastern side, it has definitely cleared up a bit.
Yeah, there is a sprinkling on the northeastern end over the hills, but let's hope that that's just a sprinkling. I think what I see if this here today, Anil, is the fact that the wind is up. So that has saved us. It has pushed the threatening clouds away, so to speak.
So it's going to be Brianna Plummer. And starts off with a wide. But thus far in this contest, both umpires have not been tested in terms of having to make a decision just yet.
Kambalapali just pushing at that one. Now there's a drizzle that has arrived at the cricket, but play continues. Again, similar type delivery. She's just looking to go full and wide, just inside that line that is there to guide the umpire.
Well, yesterday the US team showed us how to take the ball away from the areas, the hitting arc of the West Indies girls.
So the pressure building. At Kadita run out, a better throw would have had her. Probably the wrong end as well.
Yeah, but a good piece of fielding nevertheless. That throw, had it been a bit lower at stump height, it may have been a tighter call, but excellent running indeed between Chetna and Kambalapali. It brings the skipper back on strike. And this one is hit out deep wicket. There's only a single on offer. The throw comes on and to the non-striker's end. Just a single. Plummer looking to continue to make further inroads in this USA women's team batting lineup. And what a stupendous piece of fielding from Njani Kamabach. What brilliance there, Vinod. Picking up on the run and rifling a return to the non-striker's end. Njani Kamabach, you beauty. A moment of inspiration, I must admit, Vinod.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes when you're struggling as a fielding team, you just need that moment of brilliance that can lift an entire team.
And the batter striding out to the middle, Pooja Ganesh, who is the wicket keeper. Right hand bat. So wicket number 2 goes down for Cricket USA. 92 for 2. We are into over number 14. And Vinod, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit here. What, in your estimation, you believe is going to be a challenging score based on what we've seen thus far?
I think 140. Given the West Indies yesterday, but it was a difficult track the way they batted as well, I think 140 could be a challenge here for them. Short. Keeping low, she scoops it out.
Well, if they were to go at a runner ball at this stage, Vinod, they are going to get to 140 without really doing any heavy lifting at all. So maybe, just maybe, 150, 160 now seems on the cards.
Yep.
It's a lovely batting track. The outfield has improved tremendously. The ball is running. So it's a mouth-watering contest in store here. 14 overs. I'm sure the USA think tank, they would be very happy indeed with the progression that they've seen thus far. Now we see the likes of Ryan Hines, one of the coaches with the West Indies girls team, just making his rounds around the boundary. trying to get some instructions out, possibly seeing something that they can improve on.
Played away.
There's one.
Just one. They're happy with that.
So Chetna growing in stride. That single takes her on to 41 from 47 deliveries. So just going like maybe a strike rate of about 90, which is not bad in the context of things. And I'm sure she does have an extra gear coming down to the back end of the innings, Vinod.
Yeah, they have a good foundation, and that's the important thing here, Anil. They can play shots like that. Look to play big shots, look to be aggressive. Bit of a misfield, doesn't lead to any extra run.
So based on the amount of runs that scored in this contest thus far, it's 95 for 2. At least, Vinod, 25 to 30 runs would have come from that slug sweep.
Yeah, they've employed that to negate the spin.
But very lucky indeed to get away with that delivery. It was a juicy full toss on leg stump. She creamed it to mid-wicket, but unable to get a run. So it's going to be
throw at the non-strikers then. Safely home.
Yeah, both Chetna and Pooja Ganesh very quick between the sticks there and getting in very early indeed. We see Samara Ramnath trying to rally her troops, making some subtle adjustments on the field.
In the air, just short.
And again, that slug sweeping operation there from Pooja Ganesh. Not looking to go through the offside at all, Vinod. Trying to access all those acreage of space on the leg side is Pooja Ganesh and Chetna, the skipper. So 97. We are into over number 15. That ball, Chetna looking to play off the back foot, but that ball just got big on her and she was just able to keep it down. But at the end of the day, no damage done. After 15 overs, the USA team losing the toss had been asked to bat by the West Indies team. They are 97 for 2, 36 balls remaining. And I must admit, we are in for some entertainment with 36 balls remaining in the piece here at UWI-Spec. Because I'm sure with 36 balls to go, some instructions are going to be sent out to the middle to keep accelerating the scoring and taking on the bowlers.
Well, pushed away. Looking for... Oh, a direct hit again! And I think she's in trouble. Umpire Vicky knows that and sends her. I think Umpire Vicky thought that she might have taken it upon herself to leave there. Look at this.
What a
Beautiful,
stupendous
beautiful.
bit of feeling there, trying to take on the middle on fielder.
So she was a back and she didn't time it as well. Attacking it. Oh, beautiful.
But from a coaching perspective, Vinod, sometimes you have to just remind your players that there are certain players on the field, on the opposition, that you have to sometimes take caution because they do have that athletic ability and bullet throw arm. So one has to really, take those little things on board, when you're batting.
You're quite right about that. And coming to hand is the USA team. They have announced their squad for the Under-19 World Cup qualifiers. Of course, this takes place in Atlanta next week. And I want to say a very hearty congratulations to all the young men who have made it to this Under-19 team. It's a very, very strong team. They took part in the regional Under-19 tournament. So they're playing World Cup qualifiers. They're coming up against Canada. I think it's Argentina and Bermuda, I believe. Yes. So this is Hoyt away down to the onside, down to mid wicket. We'll get back to that team very soon.
So Chopra, the off spinner, makes her way out to the middle to accompany her skipper, Chetna.
Whipped away through the onside. Runs here. And it'll go for 4. Valiant attempt down there.
So that boundary takes Chetna on to 46, but what a lovely piece of timing there, getting all of it and hitting that ball deep down at backward square, and it dribbles into the boundary, but a valiant attempt from the fielder at deep mid wicket. Poorly lined delivery on leg stump. Chetna now all set and ready to explode, you know, taking full toll of that delivery. And short again, Chetna trying to get the elevation, not able to, just hitting the under edge of the bat, and it dribbles out to mid wicket, and there's no run. So the USA on the charge here, the 100 coming up in the 16th over, 101 for 3. And this one eludes the keeper, so a wide. Are they going to come back? And a comedy of errors from the wicketkeeper there. Kristen Sunderland not having the best of days here at UWI-Spec. It's an area I'm sure that Cricket West Indies will be having a good look at. Wicketkeeping is a specialist position. And the coach herself, Marissa Aguilera, being a formidable wicketkeeper in her playing days, I'm sure she will be taking a lot of notes in trying to put that right. Nicely flighted delivery there. Chopra trying to cream that ball through extra cover, not getting the timing. It dribbles out to extra cover. There's no run. And at the end of over number 16, it's a USA 103 for 3 with the skipper Chetna on 46 and 53 deliveries, and Chopra yet to get off the mark. A lot is expected from the skipper with the last 4 overs into this contest coming up. How is she going to approach it? Is she just going to try and knock it around maybe for the next over or so, and then try to go take the aerial route? We'll just have to wait and see. So it's going to be the skipper herself.
Dalachak can go on. Yes, so Ramnath weaves her magic again.
Yeah, and what a timely breakthrough indeed for this West Indies team. The USA team was really rollicking along, but up comes the skipper and immediately making an impact and getting rid of the very dangerous USA captain, Chetna. Going for a well-played 46. Brilliant work from the wicketkeeper in affecting that stumping. So it's 103 for 4. We are into over number 17. And it's going to be Sasha striding out to the middle.
What an effort by Chetna to lead her team to this excellent position where they can at least have a launch. Now, let me tell you, 103, 16 overs, you might not think is the biggest score in the world, and you're quite right. But given the fact that we've seen the struggles of the West Indian girls with the bat, and there is still something out there for the bowlers.
But I'll tell you what as well too, Vinod. The history would have shown that in women's cricket, any score above 120 in a T20I normally proves to be very challenging indeed. So Sasha, short from the skipper, plays it out to cover point. There's no run. And this one was spinning sharply back into Chopra.
This is what I was
Sasha,
saying.
my apology.
Anil, there is something there still for the bowlers.
Indeed, there is. And if anyone who can exploit that is the skipper herself.
Quality bowler, isn't she? Ooh, look at that. A bit too short. And this is what gave Sasha enough room to get back and play it away. But the exaggerated turn was there.
Yeah, and again, Sasha looking to back away to try and access the offside. Played it at the last moment, dabbing it away out to Brianna Haritaran at backward point. So the skipper coming on to bowl at a very critical juncture in this contest and getting rid of the very dangerous USA captain, Chetna. All the fielders are just hovering around, hovering on the circle itself. For women's cricket, Vinod, it's a little different in terms of the measurements. It's 25 and not 30 meters.
Did she get back onto that? We wait to see.
But what has been very impressive indeed, Vinod.
Nope, bite signal. Sorry, Anil.
Yeah, my apology as well. What has been very impressive from this USA team, the run-in between the wickets has been very, very good indeed. You know, it's just as much of
cutting that from off stump. And they take a single.
yeah, Brianna, just a little bit late. Yeah. But at the end of over number 17, the USA under 19 team 106 for 4, but it has been some recovery from the West Indies women's team, because at any point in time, 5 overs to go, we honestly thought, Vinod, that they would really look into press the accelerator, but Samara Ramla, the skipper of the West Indies team, she has brought herself on and immediately creating that impact by getting rid of the skipper.
Yeah, and Chetna was well set, obviously. She was seeing the ball, as we say in Trinidad and Tobago, as big as a breadfruit, and that could have been dangerous at the back end. Flatter. Pulled away, runs here, and the players are all struggling out there in the moist there.
But take nothing away, that is a fantastic piece of fielding there down at deep backward square, diving away to her right and saving her team 2 valuable runs.
Yeah, every run counts in this encounter, and as you can see there, first up, just getting past the square leg, and look at the effort. The effort was still there, the commitment. Beautiful.
She'll have to reload that one. That's the arm ball just angling into the pads, but doing a bit too much. And umpire signaling a wide. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful. Look at that turn.
Well, in fast bowling terms, we would have said that's a Jaffa. But this one just ripped off the surface there. It had everything in it. It had bounce, it had turn, it defeated the batter, and even went past the wicketkeeper, Vinod.
Yeah, generous too. Look at this, Anil. Ooh. Back live. Maybe looking for 2 here. And they'll get it. Probably pushing for 3. No, they can't.
Yeah. Weeks not judging that one. Aliyah Weeks, the guilty party. But Chopra continues to soldier on with Sasha.
Pulled away. And picked up at square leg. So the catch taken there, Anil.
Yeah, so again, a lovely catch there by Brianna Haritaran there, feeling at that square leg position. It was short, it was asking to be hit. Unfortunately for Chopra, the only thing that was required there, Vinod, was for her to get some elevation, weren't able to, and hold out to Brianna Haricharan at square leg.
So the
So
West
another
Indies-
one bites the dust.
Yeah, they brought themselves back into the game here, and it'll be by taking wickets. Well, look at umpire. Did you see umpire Candice Laborde jump as the catch was taken? I'm not saying she was celebrating, but I think she got caught up in the action.
Yeah, and it does happen when you know the ball is coming your way. And I'm sure it's not going to be long, Vinod, before we witness umpires wearing helmets and all different kinds of PPE while on the field of play, because the modern day player, they are hitting the ball with
You can see on it.
tremendous.
Yep, sorry, back and across, and there's umpire Laborde taking a little jump.
And just saying thanks to Brianna Haricharan. Thank you, young lady, for saving me.
Yes. So, Ran Hines will be very happy with the fact that the girls are
So it's gonna
fighting
be,
back.
yeah, Madhavan is going to be taking strike. This one is tapped out back to the bowler. It's 112 for 5. 14 legal deliveries available to the US team. But Brianna Purlama making a very timely breakthrough indeed.
Oh, the rain is down very sharply here at the moment.
And a missed run out opportunity there. Excellent feeling indeed.
Brings you over to an end. A very sharp, short shower there, Anil.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have any interruption at this stage. The groundsmen, they're getting set.
So there was your run out again. They pushed away to mid-on, and the throw just missing the stumps. The bowler on that occasion, Plummer, actually hitting the stumps with her hands.
Yeah, had Zakia Harilal thrown that ball to the bowler, possibly would have seen a run out in effect. But unfortunately, she missed trying to go for a direct hit.
You can see the rain clearly. You know, cameras there.
So excellent feeling again there.
Over number 19, the penultimate over.
Bowled by skipper herself, Samara Ramnath. You think the US team would be happy anyway in the vicinity of maybe 125, 130, Vinod?
Well, from this position, they'll be happy with that. But I think midway through their innings, they would have hoped to have gotten a lot more. On that note, I want to say
And that's
very
how
good afternoon to the chairman of USA Cricket, Venu PCK. Your team is doing you proud in the Caribbean. The growth of America's cricket is evident for all to see. Also, a very good afternoon to Jonathan, the CEO, and also a very good afternoon to Ghulam Saeed, Ghulam Operations Director. Very hard worker.
this one is chopped down to 2 man. There's one. It's only going to be one. Some excellent feeling there from Brianna, restricting the scoring to just a single. So we are into over number 19, bowled by the skipper herself, Samara Ramnath, doing a tremendous job.
1 for 7.
1 for 7. Oh my goodness, and you wouldn't believe it. It's that leg spinner coming out from a bag of tricks there from the skipper, going with the leg spinner, and Sasha beaten all ends up. She was looking for the leg break, but it was the other one, the leg spinner. And here's the leg spinner again. The first time I saw this young lady was about 10 years ago. Not 10 years, maybe a bit less. She was bowling in Monroe Road ground. She was very, very tiny indeed. And all she was doing for that period of time that we were there, she was just bowling away, just reeling away her leg breaks. And, you know, it has been a revelation for this young lady, because at one point in time, she had stopped playing cricket completely.
Yeah.
We do know of her brother Rajiv Ramnath, you know, who is building his stocks as a player on the domestic circuit. So it's going to be Njani Kamabach to finish off things here for the West Indies team. USA 115 for 5, 6 legal deliveries remaining. And this one is cut away down to backward point. Amrita Ramtal doing the work there. It brings Sasha on strike. Making some adjustments. They're moving a short fine leg into a fine third man position. And taking the aerial route there. It's going to be one, but some excellent feeling indeed. And what a throw there.
Good work. Excellent work.
From Ibani Brathwaite there, doing some tremendous work there. Oh my goodness, how did that miss? It went through the legs of the batter. It's heading down to the boundary. It's going to get into the boundary now. So 4 valuable runs to the PCF Vinod. And it comes in the wake of buys.
Yeah, they'll take it anyhow they get it.
So Kamabach just looking to go a bit quicker. It skids off the surface and defeated both the batter and the wicketkeeper. And away she goes. But a welcome boundary at this stage. Any run added to the total will be welcome. So that takes the score to 121 for 5. I think the score is now getting to an imposing total, Vinod. Wow, what a valiant attempt there from Amrita Ramtahal. Diving away to her right, just getting her fingertips to it. And 2 runs resulting. So some valuable runs added is being added to this total at this stage. It takes the score to 123. 2 legal deliveries available in the piece here. It's going to be Sasha on strike. She's looking to go inside out against the off spinner. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a no ball and signaled very early indeed, so she will have to reload that one.
Yeah, you don't want these sort of situations in the final over, and you just want to complete the final over without too much damage.
Yeah, and most of all, as you're rightly saying, Vinod, you want to close it off as quickly as possible. Now, what you're basically doing when these things happen, you're basically creating momentum for the batting team when they go out on the field. And this one is driven handsomely down to long on. Weeks does the fielding. Just a single on offer. It takes the score to 125. Still 2 legal deliveries remaining. So West Indies, they will want to not give up any more boundaries in this over. Oh, and that is a huge mistake there.
Some valuable runs given away in the final over that has taken the score to 130, which I think, Anil, on this track here could be very competitive.
Yeah, I am predicting this is going to be a very, very good contest indeed. It will take a lot of work from the West Indies batters to get to this total. 130, very competitive indeed. But just going back to the final delivery, it's one of those catches where you've got to make that decision at a very early stage, if to go and if not to, stay back and take the ball on the bounce. She tried valiantly to make a catch out of it. Unfortunately, the ball just scoots under her, and the US was gifted a boundary. 130 for 5. Sasha finishing on 15 from 14 deliveries, and Madhavan is on 3.
So we will take a short break at this point in time, Anil. When we come back, the chase is 131.